There I am. Hello. Here we are again. It's Thursday. What do we always say on Thursday? Guys, what do we play? What do we say on Thursday? I don't remember what we say on Thursday. We say, heck yeah, Thursday. Thursday, my dudes. That's pretty good. Yo, it's Thursday, my dudes. How you doing? How's it going? How y'all? It's Thursday. Heck yeah, Thursday. Oh, this is a good bit. Someone out there's like, bit? Where? What? Should I be hearing this right now? I'm gonna be playing some Disco Elysium. There's a good chance we might see some story progression today. Brain melt, much compute, ready for some disco plus chat hyperstress. That's pretty good. Yo, how come can I pick up those bottles? I can. Oh, we're starting off strong today. How did I not know? Oh, there's so many bottles here we can pick up. Why did I never connect the dots that my dude's room would be the best place to pick up trash? There's a bottle right there. Let me pick it up. I can't get in there, and I still don't know how. We'll get there eventually. All right. We're picking up trash. I don't have a lot of money. Wait, what? What was that? Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. I mean, it's not that strange. Cleaning your room, but getting paid for it. Genius. Heck yeah. So, there's an unspoken rule in my neighborhood, which I'm gonna tell you about right now. The rule is you have to leave your bottles, like any glass bottles, you should leave them not in the trash, but in a plastic bag, a convenient plastic bag in front of your garbage. And the reason for that is that's so that the people who are less fortunate than ourselves in the neighborhood can pick them up easily. There's a couple of reasons for this. I mean, maybe this is a odd topic, but I think it's relevant. But the reason for this is two things. One, it's kindness in some form. It's a very small kindness. You know, it's like, hey, you know, it sucks, but like at least you don't have to root through the trash. You know, I have done the very bare minimum for you. But the second reason is that, and this is potentially less kind, is I have done you this kindness. Please do not kick over my bins in anger, you know? Have I talked to this person? That hyper-capitalist grind set will surely get John Disco some net points. We don't need to talk to John, cafeteria manager. I don't think we have to do anything in here. Let's just have a quick look in our notebook. Close the water lock on Wednesday. Explore the Whirling's secret passages. There are strange doors in the Whirling. No one knows where they lead. Find a way in and see what's hidden there in the hostile cafeteria's forgotten corners. I had a comment on last week's stream, which was that you really ought to just like fully explore every dialogue tree. And I just want to talk about this for a moment. I've gotten quite a few comments actually that are all like, don't look at chat, you know, don't follow advice, basically. And I understand why that is. I know that people feel very strongly about this game, and I for the most part, I really appreciate how everyone has like approached this series. But something that is very strange to me is like in almost every single circumstance in which I would play a narrative-driven game, I would feel bad or even guilty for like exhausting the dialogue trees. But overwhelmingly, people have said, no, just do that. Like, that's the game, right? I find it curious. It's really interesting, actually. I don't think that I can accomplish anything in here. We're gonna go outside. They kiss fish. Canada is weird. So it's some variation of protection money, I guess. You were talking about the leaving the bottles out. It kind of is. I mean, like, you know, I've never seen it happen, but like, it really is. It's not even like a thing like, oh, you wouldn't do it out of anger, but like, someone rooting through your trash might accidentally knock over the bin, and like, why do they care, right? So they just kind of leave it. And I mean, like, I don't blame them. I just want that, you know, for the record. I know it's a popular thing to completely dehumanize. Even saying the word, you know, homeless is, I think, kind of demeaning. But, yeah, like, why not do them the very bare minimum? I don't know. I have strong feelings about much of that situation, and some of that is not going to read on a stream. But then again, I feel like Disco Elysium goes out of its way to be political, so maybe this isn't a terrible place to explore topics like that. But I don't know. Let's not make it real.
You see a Samaran street vendor
10 minutes
surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
I wasn't. Just so you know, I'm Tan. I wasn't commenting on you, but I like, I'm, you know, no criticisms applied to anyone in chat. I have had, and this again not directed at you, but I have had people sort of imply things in chat, and that, like, it's so easy to spoil things, especially in a game like this. It's so easy. And so, you know, like, I don't take it badly necessarily, but do know that almost anything said has the potential to, you know, ruin something. I've gone out of my way to make sure I know nothing about this game. That's no longer true. This is our third stream, so now I know things, but, you know, there was a brief window. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks. Oh, right, this is the guy who sells sunglasses.
Over his breast pocket.
Why would you not return the cans yourself? What? For the 50 cents? So we try to avoid putting trash out too soon. We wait till it's close to collection time. Nobody ever goes through your trash. If you need food, we have places that give you food for free, so why?
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's cool? What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
He makes
Bang, 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 bang.
he makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. Really? You think I'm cool?
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like.
He surveys his consumerist kingdom with an air of satisfaction.
You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
Might spoil something by accident, I don't know. People chat kind of ruins it. You mean like... what? I won't question how you feel about it at all. He settles back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Distracted by the flattery and funny man act, questions.
Persuade him to give you some money. White check.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay.
His,
But why, officer?
his face suddenly serious. Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. Yeah. I really love the way things are phrased in this game. I'm a policeman. It's an investment in good relations with the RCM. I'm sorry, I can't not go for this first one.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
Let's split the difference on, you can probably get 5, but maybe you can get 10.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
What kind of stuff are you selling? Well, that is fantastic. Where are you from, Ceiling?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This guy is cool, sorry for spoiling. How dare you? I think I get it. They sell the cans to scrappers and not the local supermarket. You don't have a deposit return scheme? No way, he just, like, doubled your money, right? Yeah, he did. I'll be sure to get this guy back. That is a good investment, sir.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Oh man, I just remembered I forgot everything about advanced racism. Good. You're from the Apricot Suzerainty? He just said the word and I completely blanked.
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Oh, oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that you're from, pronounce it very painstakingly, Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
Can we just, like, I need to dwell on a moment for, it's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. Is that a bribe? No, it's an investment. He just, like, don't, it's an investment. He's gonna double his money. But isn't it only a shithole because of Revachol? Revachol, sorry. You're welcome. I do try to be supportive of other people and cultures. Right. Alright, let's go with this first one.
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me.
Well, that was delightful. A little ray of sunshine in an otherwise gray world. Helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Oh yeah? Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Is that foreshadowing? Are we gonna go to the sewer later? I do love a good sewer level. Ooh, garbage. Oh, heck yeah, bud. I love garbage. I want to talk to Kim. I'm not sure about what yet, but I definitely want to have a Kim moment today. Oh, I already went in here. I don't know what to find out from this lad. We'll find out later. Wait, did I check this garbage? It looks like I can't check that garbage, actually. Maybe I already did check that garbage. Certified Kim moment. He has 2 pens, and he would rather die than give up one of them. That is, I gotta say, one of the best moments I've ever seen in any game. The moment has passed, however fleeting. The fear is gone. He thought maybe he would have to give one of them up. It's just fantastic. Do we know about advanced racism yet? Oh, this isn't what I want. This is what I want. Whoops. Advanced race theory. Alright. You know, I hope that no one gets the wrong idea for me taking that route. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say on that one. Ooh, can I go in there?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
Sorry. I'm dying. Sorry, I was through my smartphone. I'm back. This game is like full of them. It's awesome. There are some people in a bad situation and go around searching for cans and stuff in general and garbage bins and bags. They sell the cans by weight. It is true. They do that. And wine bottles are especially good because they're bigger and heavier. You get more money. I think you can get like 40 cents for a bottle, which is a big deal. You have like very little money. Look in the window.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
What do you mean by our guy? Who am I looking for? You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy? Oh, the guy. The guy.
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
So is this Measure Man? What's his name? Is it Measure? Did I get something new? This mug. I love this mug so much. It's such a dumb item. I love it. What can you tell me about this item? Holds a racist mug up. Yeah, I think it's, I don't know why, but I think it's even funnier because it's yellow. I don't know why. Yellow is a funny color, alright? Lots of things that are funny are yellow. That's how that works. You know, rubber chickens, they're yellow. Bananas. Bananas are the certifiably the funniest fruit. That's comedy. You know that's a fact. That's a banana fact right there. Can I talk to this man again? The sun is yellow. The sun is pretty funny.
Man. How can I help you?
I don't think there's anything new there. Maybe. I don't even know who I can talk to like make time pass so that I learn about race theory. Sometimes I struggle with stairs in this game a little bit. I could talk to this guy again, I suppose.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You don't have any tips on how to punch a guy out, do you? Say a really big race theorist guarding a button.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
You don't understand. Failure for me means death.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
I don't want to get punched. I alt-tabbed and saw garbage collecting and was like, damn, I was talking about just that. Well, it's because I named the stream the Garbage Collecting Simulator, because that's what it is. The stream name is suggestive. What? How is it suggestive? Well, I called it the Garbage Collecting Simulator because that's what I've been doing the last stream, and this one is I want to collect garbage so I can sell it.
The till machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
I'm a richer man now.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
I bet I could
What's
afford
that
something now.
magazine she's reading?
What magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
She looks at the cover boasting a colorful photo of 2 girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Why not?
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Forget all about all that. What is this fashion police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
Who's the numero uno guy in there right now? And does he look like this? Points at yourself. Assessing the situation.
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Does Frit have a warehouse in the back of the Whirling in Rags?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
How many bottles would be a hamburger? Hamburger? Well, if I got 10 cents a bottle, that's gonna be at least 50 bottles. Well, maybe 30 bottles. Give me something to work with.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Did you know the man who died? We can exhaust this dialogue so I can learn how to be a real piece of shit.
Not really.
Not really. Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Clearly this girl did not get the memo. Don't talk to the police.
Okay.
Thank you for your help.
Uh-huh.
That was kind of unhelpful, but that's fine. Kim, let's have a
Yes.
moment. I want to tell me about the case again.
What do you want to know?
Literally any... No, I don't want...
Good.
I want to talk about
What
you.
about me?
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have a conversation with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
Would it have been better to start with the more aggressive questions? I feel like that would have ended things even quicker.
The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
So you're saying your brain just never chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place.
Oh. So we're not completely unalike. We just have different ways of conceptualizing.
We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Let's go further with this.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant is a... But this isn't an old school case.
You're one of those old school detectives.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue note. That's where
Okay,
we all have
so
our
we...
Good. Let's change this.
I don't want to tell him yet that I can't remember anything. So, where are we here? Oh god, 97%. We could talk to a piece of garbage and then I can learn how to be one better.
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Well, he got me there. Both absent together. Let's do some exploration. Oh, is there something I can do with this bench?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
What? Why would he be gone? I can pass the time by sitting on a bench. Real king of the hill moment right there. The ad reads broken window. Tibbs has windows.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Vandalism. Shake your head.
Probably some kids.
Oh, we could talk to Q now. Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
That sounds like our culprit.
That's Kuno on the lens.
Shift your focus to the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower.
Use the golden simps as my email pic? Nice. People liked it? That's awesome.
You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards.
Oh, I know why Mimi's not here. Mimi doesn't enjoy this game, and I understand why.
The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
What is this?
Advanced race theory.
Ah, here we go.
Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Rhetoric raised to 5. Oh, that's the learning cap. +1 conceptualization. The mystery is mostly aesthetic. This game can get kind of dark and gross. And it is those things on purpose, and it does those things well. And so those are not criticisms. They are not objective criticisms. But subjectively, not everyone is down for dark and gross. So, you know, it is understandable that not everyone is down for the game. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff over here that I have not seen. I could, well, okay, we have a thread here we can tug at later. But why don't we go and do, you know, oh, there's actually a bunch of stuff over here. Does this loop back? Kinda. Money. Magnesium. Nice. Garden hose. This won't be of use until the snow melts. Oh, there's like there's a lot of stuff back here. What is that? Orange bum hat. +1 reaction speed, -1 rhetoric. Well, I need my rhetoric right now. Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously. These barrels are half full of rainwater. Hey, Ivan, did you know all thoughts are from a single painting? I did not know that. That's actually really cool. Is this painting available somewhere? I would like to look on it. Maybe after I am done the game, because, you know, I have no idea if that is something I want to see until maybe I'm done. Wonder if it spells something important, and if it does, please don't. Everything is a spoiler. Literally everything. Alright, we're about to go and talk to Measurehead. No easy feat. I think there are official posters. I might want to buy that, although I know that Disco Elysium is kind of controversial right now. So I don't know. The future belongs to Measurehead. Alright, Measurehead, let's do this. Let us battle. But it shall be a battle of wits.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
I think I know what the race enigma is. Here we go.
And
It's shit. Paradoxically, you plan to supersede the Occidentals with their own race theory. This racecraft is what rich people want us to do while they get all the money. I don't think that they will be convinced by this. It's just something you shock people with, liberal and progressives people. It's whatever you want it to be. It's a free association language exercise. Degenerate race hero. I don't know about the rest, but it's clear I should stop drinking the ancient Limeran mind poison Al Ghul. This dump is ready to be superseded by the Areopagite superstate. I can serve as a clerk in your administration. Maybe you need a cop. Why is this game controversial now? Because a part of the devs that worked on it were kind of like ousted, not even ousted, but like kicked out. It's complicated and I don't even fully understand it, and I don't want to get things wrong, but basically the company that owns this game is being jerks, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this is the answer that Measurehead is going to want to hear. Unfortunately, I don't know if that makes it the right answer, because I think that Measurehead is actually intelligent enough to know if I'm giving him the answer that I think he wants to hear. So actually, I don't know that this is the correct answer. If you want to support the devs, you need to pirate the game. Oh, basically. Is it 2 or 7? The thing is that this is not the race enigma, right? This is not the race enigma that Measurehead believes in. None of these seem to be a check, so I don't think that they're going to necessarily ruin anything, but they could very well ruin everything. All right. The 2 feels confrontational, and I actually think that that's the only answer that makes sense to me for Measurehead. I think the only way to match him in rhetoric is to challenge him. But you don't want to challenge him on a basis of like objectivity. It's not objective, it's subjective, right? And so you will need to use his own terminology against him. I'm gonna go with 2 for now. We'll see how this goes.
Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist. But his racism is basic and rude. He thinks he has solved the great race enigma by describing a rude mechanism of scientific competition.
Okay. So that's not even close to what...
So unadvanced.
This picture makes me laugh every single time. Because I realize, I'm like, what is in the background? And it's just him.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoteric study reaching back to the ancient mass society of Pericarnassus over 4,500 years ago.
It's kind of wild to me because it, like, Measurehead is clearly educated, but it is a deranged education. It is basically alien language. Matching him in an alien language is difficult.
Basic racist, I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It will open the door.
That's all I wanted.
Very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation here has concluded.
Finally. Let's go.
I don't think that's really what I wanted, but I'll take it. I guess I appealed to his sense of mercy. He could see the desperation.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Yeah, Measurehead is a force to be reckoned with. I was hoping for Journeyman race car. Wait, what? Where am I going? Are we going in here? Oh yeah, okay. Every worker member of the board is written at the top of the flyers. At the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Book Le Fume. Le Fume. Alright. Standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked. Someone left the coffee machine on. The dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Sure is.
Let's see what's inside,
Open
he
it.
thinks.
Open the drawer.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
Browse through the folders.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything interesting?
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
volition. Force yourself to go through the folders.
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
If I let my eyes go completely out of focus, all shapes start melting into each other.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
Yes.
Right. This is probably not relevant to our case. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
Hundreds of and the same materials. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
I have failed to perceive. The radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds. I want like to run D&D games like this. This is very well done. Oh, okay, this is a whole thing. Let's just put a pin in this room first. Postcard, Le Jardin. I speak French very good. Oh, neat office shades. Visual calculus. Oh, we're putting those on right now. Heck yeah, bud. Oh, what do you think, Kim?
Yes?
Never mind. I'm so glad I came back in here.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change.
Jardin is equal to Jardin? Why did you put the same word twice, Neville? Insert 10 cents.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Let your muscle memory dial a random number.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
I hope I will pass a check at some point today. Useful patterns?
Undoubtedly, no.
Might try again later.
Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing.
Alright. Ooh, can I take that?
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. There is a white rectangle clearly visible on its back. This is your cloak. You can feel it.
I think that's mine.
Yes. It does bear the RCM insignia, and we are the only detectives in Martinez.
You think I should get it?
The service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, I do.
You can hear the exhaustion in his voice.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
Nice. +1 Esprit de Corps. +1 Shivers. What is Shivers? Know thy neighborhood. Raise the hair on your neck. Tune in to the city. Comes when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware. It's like a spider sense. Heck yeah, bud. Oh, that is not a good look. This is a classic situation of like one thing looks better than the other, but the other has better stats. I do not like this look. What a suggestion. Oh, physical instrument. Alright, well, I mean, this is at least approaching human. Not another sentient piece of clothing. That is a thought that had not occurred to me until you said it just now. I don't want to wear that hat. I like a toque. Like, I think it looks good on him. Not with this cloak. This cloak is really just like bumming me out, honestly. This is a great look. I love this look. But unfortunately, I kind of need my rhetoric. That's like my best tool. Is it 4 right now? Would it have been? Would it be 5 without the hat? Yes, it would be. All right, I'm just gonna roll like this. I'm sorry I'm ditching the spider sense, but it is what it is. Collecting rainwater. All around you, great machines and quiescence. Composite eye of halogen lights watches you, emitting a low buzz. White pine trees are printed onto the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. Off.
Nice. Press marsh.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Nice. I assume that's good. That's a good thing, right? We like that. Stats before head pad. Well, but I also ditched the cloak, so I picked both. I had my stats and ate them too.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Its purpose? What do you mean?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Nice, Kim. I'm glad you see things my way. Money! You feel faded instrumental lettering on the platform. Gewaltsund.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
You do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
I don't know, Kim, it just feels special.
It's a cargo container, Detective, just like all the others.
He doesn't even look at it. Kim, I thought we were on the same page. Come on, bud.
We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to get the body down from the tree.
Knock on the door.
No reply.
Knock on the door.
No reply.
Knock on it.
No.
You just don't know, right? You never know. It could be that the 20th time something might have happened. Open the door.
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked.
Good thing I have a mechanical key in my left hand here.
To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Oh man, can you imagine? Can you imagine? If I could choose one role to succeed on, it would be this one here.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option?
I'm using my body over my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, Detective. You can do that after hours.
+1 erratic yet thorough. I will put points into rhetoric so that I may attempt to succeed this role later. Can you imagine? Kim would lose his mind. Kim would lose his mind. Just like me or John Disco is like, door, I think you should open it right now. And the door just swings open. The speaker tower is silent. There is no work to organize in the yard below. Well, that looks like something important. The musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. It smells like blood. Ooh. Fallen Ultra Series gloves. That seems nice. Half-light. What am I losing? Electrochemistry. What is half-life? Half-light. Let the body take control. Threaten people. Oh. Okay. Kim will do Alex Yeek pose if you manage to do that. What the heck is going on? Industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee. Money. Money! Ooh, a full $1. $2. Heck yeah! Hello, friend. I hope you are a friend. The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow, white waves on red. Soon, oh soon the green is gone and everything is red.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
No, that guy's armor is like ceramic and super tech. Fallen tracksuit part, Reventual Adidas. I appreciate the context on that one. Lyrics to this container song are being made up.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisunt on Muindi.
How? So, like, I'm getting the impression that John Disco is actually, like, a masterpiece of, like, knowledge and every single tool known to man for solving cases. And I mean, his track record in theory shows that. It reflects that, right? And so, like, having drunk ourselves to an absolute stupor, we're just kind of like a collage of like ridiculously good tools that are just coming in and phasing out on complete random, you know, intervals.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tiny man is so engaged in his work he doesn't notice you. Hi!
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
Shadow passes over his kind of face, like Bilbo when he sees the ring. He's like, rah! What is it with you people and scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Where is everyone? The harbor is empty.
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
He pauses to think.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so.
He seems easier to tell you more. What kind of trouble did this Titus and his friends get into?
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
But what did they actually do?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hard ease.
He looks to you for assistance.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
What kind of fight did they get into? Did they kill a mercenary? Okay, Leo, let's hear about this fight you got into.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here.
What are you doing with the containers?
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
What's going on here? Look at the mountains of containers rising behind him.
Everything is so
My God.
pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder.
Wow, red is so much prettier than drab old green.
Sure is, mister. Sure is. Really livens up the place. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I had to break this bonding moment. But the red containers mean they are replacing the company livery with the union livery, which means this strike isn't gonna stop anytime soon.
Do you work here?
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo.
Absolute stability. That's interesting.
I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away.
I have to parse that. That's a real. I don't miss half of you as much as half as much as you deserve. I can't remember the full line. I think. Why is Lord of the Rings coming into this game so often right now?
Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much.
What?
Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
What? Why are you saying things like that?
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Wait, hold on. Who's this Miss Buford you mentioned?
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word. That's obvious.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
So Everard trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
I think you're doing a great job around here, Leo.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really.
You didn't think it was possible, but the smile becomes even wider.
Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinaise, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
You're Yubi, right?
Oh yes, born and raised in Arish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then, too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Looking for the leader of the dock workers union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinaise what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everett is usually in his office, of course. But you gotta be quick if you want to see him. He leaves around 10 p.m.
Well, it's almost 10 p.m. now.
Bye-bye now.
Is this the office? I guess I hear something, so it must be. Coffee in the giant thermos is still lukewarm. Ooh. Alright. Sometimes you gotta just click, because I didn't even know there were stairs there. Taxidermy fish that tells time. Alright. It's quite the
Before
desk.
you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
That is a wonderful portrait. I love that portrait.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Are you in charge of the dock workers?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite to his giant desk.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinaise. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
What do you mean, your hand? Like, what? To kiss your ring? What is happening?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
Oh, I've heard. This is the only thing I know about this game. Before I walked in, is I've heard of this chair.
You go ahead, detective.
I could possibly die from this.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
I should have saved before I started this. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now.
Have a good day, Mr. Dubois. I'm sure I'll be seeing...
Okay, listen, we gotta save because I could literally die.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Please, take a seat.
Here we go. Real boss fight stuff here.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. Try to wink back. Damn, this chair is uncomfortable. Try to wink back.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
Yeah, there it is.
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say.
To shake the hand, not to kiss it, right.
This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's obviously comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Take the comically large check, but don't say anything.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
No, you've got integrity.
Cool. I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays.
Well, I am, I am knowledgeable on the subject of what's cool, and I can tell you that that's pretty cool. I think that the cafeteria manager is going to be wowed by that check.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I'm gonna take some drugs. How do you know about my lost gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right.
That was the first time I heard her name.
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Don't panic.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
I have yet to pass a single check today. Not that that was an easy one. Men can cry too.
You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't cry. You'll think you're disgusting.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
There are no Harrys. Let your mind go to your safe place.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
I'm as good as it gets, Mr. Dubois. Vaguely gesture with your hands above your head.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
You called me Mr. Dubois. Why?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
So that's really my name?
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory is fine. I'm just testing you. The charade continues.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
What kind of a cop does it say I am? Have another look at that folder. Come on, let's roll one, right? Well, where did you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
Yeah, have Kim look.
I'm afraid this is meant for union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
What kind of a cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
I'm sorry?
Yes. You seem to be. A lot of the time. But right now, there's no reason to be. Let loose a little. Be you.
Do you know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids, or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Yo, this man is God. He's just, he is the creation. He's the creator talking to his creation. This is the writer. I think I do. I'd be a wonderful father. I'm gonna rewrite my own story.
Well, yes. I'm sure you're gonna make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
Let's get this straight. What is my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Wait, I thought you are Harry Dubois.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry.
I don't really like it.
Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. A union man's. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. All right, have another look at that folder.
As you look at the folder,
thank God.
Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
Did I get a bribe? I didn't take a bribe. I just took an oversized check.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you.
Nice.
A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois?
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Aren't you gonna ask me how I got in?
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
I really believe in race mystery, and I'm glad I was given this chance. I hope to one day be able to contribute. I'm not a race pupil, I just listened to some of the things he had to say. It was a tactic, I needed to get in somehow. It's not like I'm racist now.
Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's gonna hear about it.
Oh.
No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
The gun may have been bought from Roy's pawn shop. Have your men factored that in?
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important. Building our relationship for the good of Martinez.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Does this mean if I do things for you, I will get my gun back?
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
What's in the container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Cavalsund crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing
I did try! I want to talk about the hanging. None of these are the really relevant question, honestly, and that is, what does any of this have to do with the yellow mug? I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Hey, Ice King.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Oh, well, if I've got your word on that.
The stars aligned into a cosmic frown here. He has your fate decided. Bide your time, however, and let the stars continue their course, and that frown shall turn into a smile. Only if you play along.
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
Why don't you open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
I almost died sitting in a chair just now.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Oh, I want to be a superstar. I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Damn it, fine, I'll look into it. We need to talk about that murder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Can you help me get a dead body down from a tree?
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
Also, I studied the footprints at the crime. No, we're not going to do that. Say nothing.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values.
He licks his fat lips.
But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
Picks up the handset of a radio phone to his right, then clicks a button.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you.
I'm going to leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great. Wouldn't want to get stuck here.
Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Rigorous self-critique.
Good lord, the art is good in this game.
Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Jesus Christ. That is true cosmic depression we've got there. Int and Psi red check failures heal +1 morale. Really? They heal morale? Fizz and Mott red check failures heal +1 health. Learning cap for pain threshold raised to 6. Truly strange. We have new things to learn about. Chat, I'm gonna have to go to the washroom real quick. I'll be back soon enough. I'm not gonna leave you with that tapping. We'll just go ahead and mute this, and then I'll put this up, and then I'll hit this button here. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Turns out shooting someone pretty much no matter where can be kind of fatal. True. This guy here. Actually, I kind of missed their name. No, I didn't. It's Everett, right? They come across to me as being actually like Machiavellian. Chat, how would you feel if I took a point in rhetoric in order to try and talk the door into opening? It's not a very interesting choice. There are better options here, but I am leaning into rhetoric. It is my main stat. Heck yeah, rhetoric. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Kvalsund means whale fjord in Arden. Was that my encyclopedia winning there? Even the fail states in this game are interesting. I really gotta.
Before the cargo container, its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
I really
If
gotta
anything,
like
it seems to have grown slightly.
get it through my head with this game is that I really should just do what I want to do. I'm so used to games being designed for optimism. Not optimism, sorry, optimal? What am I trying to say? Like, they're designed to, for the player to make correct choices. Like, double down, min-max. Optimization, that's what I meant to say. And, this is a game that doesn't do that, and it's a very difficult language to relearn. You know, I talk about this sometimes, but it's kind of like gamer brain is a real thing, and I think it's a it's kind of a disease, you know. All right, let's try this again. Only low this time, not impossible.
As it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
Nothing more to do here for now. I wish they'd flesh that out a little bit. I wish that we could have heard Harry's argument, like, why should you open door? I've come with the new, you know, points of, you know, point of fact, points of information. Hey, Demethorn, how you doing? Did you see, Demethorn? There is I put up another vintage story today. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner. At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Look at all this cheddar. Oh, heck yeah, bud.
Yes?
No. Kim, you're in the way. Kim, you're in the way. Thank you. Kim! Get out of the way, bud! Thank you. Is there anything else? Oh, there's something of interest down there. Let's check this out. I did. I had a good laugh at the rabbit that escaped your pit.
The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
I saw that and I was like, how did he do that? What kind of a dummy would leave that many bottles like that? I don't know. A union man. That was there's no reason for that. So this is where René works. I'm gonna look around, search the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Take the picture.
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera.
They were supposed to be safe from scavengers, but the MC appeared. It's a good trap, though. At least you have plenty of food. Plenty of food and feathers. So that is solid. I feel kind of bad about that trap because it feels a bit too gamey for a vintage story, if you know what I mean. But I'm gonna keep it. It's too useful not to keep.
Rene looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of Rene?
It's instinctual to collect evidence.
Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
Can someone remind me who's Rene? Annette. Measurehead. Punch clock payphone. Q now. We haven't looked at the book Elysium. Let's interact with it. Use interact button in inventory to inspect the book.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Oh, Rene is the old vet. I thought that was who it was, but it seems so disjointed. I didn't think it would be him. Satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it.
Why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Satire seems to come in a lot. Flip through the pages, see what catches your eye.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Read the editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
I want to catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of Soviet of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are.
It's like the narrator read my mind.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
What is Kunst und Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Ah.
Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
Yeah, we're doing this. Read the profile of CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Okay. What is this tip-top tourney?
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll.
Let's see what these communists have to say about tip-top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
What's wrong with tip-top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has two bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity.
I'm taking that information in. Yeah.
Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, but when you get to see them crash...
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Wow, you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, did you know Tip Top Tournée is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalistic destruction? I had no idea.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
I wonder what else is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
Right, Kim is a car guy. Kim is like a car buff. So I wouldn't want to challenge their passion. with the thoughts of, is it disingenuous under capitalism?
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Noted and appended to my vernacular. I got it right? It's orgiastic. To be self-fillating on the subject. Let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Wait, they're banning Tip Top? I looked it up. To relate to orgy. My brain did it good.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Charging rent just to live somewhere here is pretty outrageous. Yeah.
The writer G. Martin remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution so long as it's only redistributed upward. It's true, the rentiers have been bleeding you dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Well.
Hey. Psst.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's a word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I don't know if I said that last one. That one doesn't seem right, actually. I haven't said anything like that. Well, I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
I mean, I'm more of a socialist. There is a difference, but...
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
What's this communism even about? Chat, let's learn something today.
Failure. It's about failure.
That's interesting. That's a good way of opening. Failure.
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
Yo, that's my favorite Star Wars movie. The Last Communist.
Now get to work, comrade.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, firing squads, you didn't say anything about those.
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Alright. The Last Communist, starring Tim Booz. We have something to say to Kim?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet.
You should take care of that, then.
But I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Okay.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Good guy, Kim. Appreciate you, bud. Before we do that, though, I wouldn't mind talking to our good friend Measurehead, seeing if he can help us with that body. The body sitch. Is he still here? He is still here.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Unpromising. Yeah, told you to help us get the body down from the tree.
So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior to give me orders. I salute your cunning and will remove the body from the tree with my bare hands.
You're so noble, Measurehead.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
Nobody should be sleeping on the street, Kim. That's true. Yeah, we're communists now. Oh, we're gonna be standing here?
That would mean you're openly showing the people that you're taking the Union's side.
That means showing everyone that we're taking orders from the Union.
Yes. That is precisely what it means, homunculus. This is not going to happen any other way.
Lieutenant, what if we don't want to do that?
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down ourselves. I can live with a compromise.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious race may yet prove fierce competition to my heroic haplogroup.
I think that calling someone a homunculus is gotta be one of the greatest insults. I love that so much. The implication of that is just fantastic. The communist POV is that there wouldn't be a bourgeoisie, so they wouldn't either. Yeah. That's that is true. No one deserves to be homeless. Including the people who distribute poverty. Okay then.
Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
Heroic Haplo group. What if we don't, though? What if we leave? This is a moment to talk to,
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as he leaves.
To Measurehead's babe.
So, you guys are like cops or something?
Yeah, apparently.
Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
Oh, this could go a very bad way, I think.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
I also wish I could see it.
Don't worry. Physical stuff like this is really easy for Measurehead. Mental stuff, too. He's really spiritual, you know.
Measurehead is still here. He is always present, watching you, knowing you.
It's late outside, isn't it? You guys must really like doing what you do to be out so late.
She turns to behold the behemoth as appearing around the corner, approaching the gates.
The The corpse has been removed from the tree.
You brush his...
Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today.
Thank you for your cooperation, Measurehead.
Farewell, ham sandwich. You are a Union man from now on.
Farewell, ham sandwich. Lordy, lordy, lordy. He's got an entire repertoire of very clever insults. They don't even come across as insulting. That's like the best part. They're like factual. You are nothing. You are nothing but a ham sandwich. Farewell, hams. Yeah, Harry has neither. Guns and power? Yeah, nothing.
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
And it's so late when you're still here.
I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd.
Odd. That's all we get. Mazovian social economics. People think communism was some crazy idea that had its comeuppance 40 years ago. A fever that took the world, never to return again. They were right until he woke up today, a spiritual corpse, responsive only to the call of Commodore Red. Prostitutes and Kras Mazov, for him, communism is still a thing. He will single-handedly raise the commune of O2 from the oceanic trench where it has been resting covered in ghosts and seaweed. He is the big communism builder. Come, witness his attempt to rebuild communism in the year 51. Yeah, we may get to that. She's a century? Maybe.
I can't believe it. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
Shouldn't be long till we get it down.
Okay.
Okay, let's see the handiwork of Measurehead. I need a flashlight. Is that Kuno? Who is that?
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and completely fucked the tree to pieces.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
By the way, Kipt is a racial slur.
Oh.
You need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Total... what? Don't you mean... Alright, we talk like Measurehead to absolutely dominate Kuno. This is the very definition of two wrongs don't make a right. Alright. I kind of love it. I'm sorry.
What is this shit? Talk normal to Kuno? You got your fuck bag down?
Do we have to talk not normal to Kuno to absolutely destroy Kuno?
The huge Kipt made him his bottom Kipt, Kuno. Stay away from him.
Figure out what's going on with this kid. Talked to Kuno.
What's going on? He's an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language, trying to push your buttons. Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Let's talk like normal people. This is... I mean...
Trying to fuck at the Kuno! Trying to fuck at me! Trying to fuck! Kuno only gets higher! It's faster, faster, faster! Can't take the Kuno! Stay out of the reactor!
Kuno gonna fuck you up! Up!
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
Let's just discuss the body.
The fuck about it?
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit. about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
Oh, you threw it in the sea.
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
What do you mean, troubadour?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, you mean Manana.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that?
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He grabs his head like it's suddenly hurting.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
I hate words too.
Words are fucking shit. Make you stupid. Kuno's got his own words now. Kuno words.
Has Kuno been to some kind of school? Probably a school for children with behavioral difficulties.
I have behavioral difficulties too, Kuno.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to relate to you.
Watch out.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about your handicap. Get a wheelchair or something. Kuno doesn't care.
Let's talk about something else.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Okay.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Yeah, I get that.
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Beautiful. Wipe a tear from your eye.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy.
A field autopsy?
Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene processing manual.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
Don't we have someone else for this? A doctor? Yeah, don't we have someone else to cut his shit open?
It's not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work.
Yes, I feel like a detective.
You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now, the way I see it,
He looks at the corpse with some disgust.
it's either this, or we complete the initial interviews. We already met Evrard, that only leaves the Wild Pines representative. There's one in town, negotiating the strike. She could have information.
What do you mean, or? Why can't we do both?
Or we could call it a day. It's incredibly late.
Well, yes, let's do it tomorrow.
Good call.
Nothing left but to talk to the cafeteria manager.
Can I help you?
So about the money I owe,
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
Come on, after everything I've been through?
What about what I have been through, huh? You're not the goddamn protagonist of this story. I am. This is my hostel cafeteria, and I need my money.
Literary demotion. That's the worst.
Hold on, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
He taps his foot against a metal box installed on the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
About the money.
Yes. Have you got it?
Let's come to an arrangement.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I will pay you back tomorrow. I'm an honest cop.
As a police officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without money.
I'll find a way in. I'll break the door down.
Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have to call you an ambulance.
That's true. He's got my number there. I will die.
Not until you...
Okay.
Wait.
Really?
Let's keep trying. Hold on.
We're done here. Yes. Have you got it?
I don't want to give him the check. Never
Yes.
mind. I need a drink. Can you pour me one?
Do I have a shaker in my hand?
He sounds irritated. And it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
Say nothing.
Am I wearing a little bow? Am I smart?
Because he's not a bartender.
Because you're not a bartender.
That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. I'm an alcoholic and I need my fix.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there anything else you needed other than alcohol?
Guard, I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Never mind. Why not check in the check first? What do you mean? What do you mean check in the check? Giant novelty check. It's 20 by 50 centimeter check looks like it's meant to be handed over ceremoniously on a gala-like event. It supposedly exchanges for 25 real at your local Fritz store. Below the number, a careful hand has written the words. Nice. Worthless in a pawn shop. Laminated postcard offers a glimpse across the river. All right, we'll get back to those. I want to do that thing they do in movies, you know, where you take the bribe but you never actually cashed it in, so you never actually accepted the bribe. You know that thing they do in movies? Let's go get Kim's money. Kim's good for it. Hey Kim, you're good for it, right?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
That's not how bribes work. Well, I mean, like, I can be a corrupt officer as well, right? If he tells anyone I accepted a bribe, I can simply say I did not. No one was watching over that.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage.
Alright.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are those things?
They are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
Yeah, and Kim's no fool. Kim would absolutely take my side. A bribe is only accepted if you cash it in. I did not accept the money, and therefore I did not accept the bribe. I merely took the check. The check is only worth something if it is exchanged for money. I feel like Kim would understand the logic in that. He's not, you know, what's the term? Pedantic. Or maybe he is pedantic, and that's exactly what I want. What do you mean, though, that you confiscated them?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
So you took his spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Yeah, get it. I would have confiscated them too. They're mesmerizing.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
That does seem like a very spiraless thing for Kim to do. Did you want to put these spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yes, outrageously cool. I am an expert.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
I am going to make it my mission to end this game with these spinners back in Kim's hands.
But thank you.
You said something about a pawn shop.
Yes, the Bird's Nest Roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Yeah, exactly. It's not stealing if I never put the spinners on. He would see the logic. You would see the logic in not accepting the money.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Now, I mean, like, what's worse? Selling Kim's precious spinners in exchange for the money? Or cashing in that check? We'll come back to this. I don't think that this is a one and done deal. I think we could probably get the spinners back if I want to later.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
All right. It's not stealing if the guy never asked for it back. If the guy never asked for it back, then that means it's a gift. See?
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
It's cool that you're still open. Big city vibes. I'm just like going for whenever Harry gets to say something cool.
The pawn shop is always open.
I guess I have a better electrochemistry stat now because of my gloves. I thought I had a better stat than that. Am I still wearing the gloves?
Nope, still no clue. You obviously haven't been doing enough drugs lately.
I'd like to sell something.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
Now you got it, Neville. Now we're thinking like true pragmatists.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners. The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'd like to sell my clothes.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. And especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Whoa.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparkle in the light of the projector!
Ty is something straight out of South Park.
Another time, perhaps.
Wanted to ask you about my missing gun.
Sure thing.
Have people from Everard's Claire's Union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Thanks for the review. Let's talk about something else.
Sure, man. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Do you know anything about the Wild Pines representative that's in town?
Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild Pines. And I can't say I trust any silver-tongued spokesperson of theirs. Fortunately, I have no reason to get involved.
What do you have against Wild Pines?
What should I have for it?
Have you met the Wild Pines rep?
No, just people like that make everyone else see the world somewhat askew, at an angle that is convenient for them. Now, you have more questions, or are we? Can't say I'm a huge admirer of Wild. No, just...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
I get another attempt at this electrochemistry. Roy doesn't really sleep. Strange Thai incident.
Nope, still no clue.
Man,
you obviously haven't been doing enough drugs lately.
My rolls are really bad today. I have something else to sell.
Let me have a look.
Sell a fascinating photo of a corpse.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
He barely even looks at it. Do you know what the tattoos mean?
A photic path, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
That might have given me another chance at this electromagnetism.
Another time, perhaps.
No. Let's try wearing different gloves. This might give me another chance. Last attempt.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Nope, but I bet you if I had been wearing those gloves, I would have had a better chance. Sorry, didn't mean to do any of that. Was there an opportunity to buy those hubcaps
You see rows
back?
of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
It was brought to me.
We are not here to investigate the theft. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
I wonder if maybe a potential answer for our problem is to steal a lamppost. Our fun friend is gone. Okay, well, we got the money. We might actually hear Gart express happiness. Although I have to say, I can't believe they're doing us dirty like this, because I did help them with their with their situation.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
Here's the 130 real. Slam the bills down on the counter. I hope you choke on it. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Jeez, I don't have that kind of money.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Goodbye. We leveled up, right? I kind of still want to put points into rhetoric. What else? What other things do we have to learn about? Find out who is in the Union box. Keep an eye out for them. Ask him to tell you about the case. I haven't gotten this yet because I have yet to tell Kim that I forgot everything. I guess it wouldn't be a terrible way of ending the day.
Yes?
I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
I don't remember anything. There was drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
Wow, that's a deep cut, Kim.
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
So what's wrong with personal affairs?
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
What should I concentrate on?
Try work. The case at hand. It can work miracles.
That seems a little biased, Kim. I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
I'm talking serious, unbelievable damage here. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
True.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
It's not psychological. Some sort of major brain damage has occurred on an unprecedented level.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember.
Brief, yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Wait, does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why didn't we know anything about the caller?
They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Our job here is to find the killer.
That's right.
Can we go over the preliminary info
You
again?
mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again?
Yeah.
3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. They didn't identify. There's a strong prejudice against
Well, what is the
involving
RCM?
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
Oh yeah, this is what we were doing on Thursdays. Sure was.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizens Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
Of course, I understand everything now.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer.
Being a bit sense, I made it. What? I made it to one of these?
Good.
Alright. Well, we've just like finished our first day in this game. But this is the third stream of this. Just so as you know.
The door is closed.
Knock again.
Still no answer.
Knock again.
Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going.
Leave.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright. Could I have gotten through this without revealing that I forgot everything?
Is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know that Kim smoked. I didn't know you smoked, Kim. I didn't actually read anything, so that was really funny.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more of those? How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal, but we did manage to get him down from the tree. So as they say, all's well that ends well.
By not ideal, he means he can't believe he let you try that trick and would be angry if he didn't feel the outcome was partly his responsibility.
I just wanted to make sure he was really dead. I admit I'm a little out of practice.
Being sober also tends to help with precision. At any rate, we still have to perform the autopsy. However, we did do a thorough search of the crime scene. That's great. Moving on to the interviews.
That's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure we can get him to tell us more. He's a tough cookie, that one.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
I don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought. We didn't talk to the Wildlands rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Yeah, it's part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see, and if someone resists...
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
So if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people that we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. And who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory.
I like that these are different checks.
Something ominous.
Who is Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the Moa Lantern.
Yes, I did, when I was younger.
Mora.
In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the Moa Lantern.
Do you?
And pulls on a cigarette. It's a slim white thing in his fingers. Things are bad out there, point to the city. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. They've done an awful job here. Have you seen the place? This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeoisie. Bourgeois organization protecting bourgeois rights. Yeah, I mean, let's lean into communism.
No, we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes.
Maybe we should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Say nothing.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuraga's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
Looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
He puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. Where did he put the stub? The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. See you in the morning. Goodbye. Goodbye, Kim. Bye. Wait. Oh. Bye. Anything we can do about this face?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
We could put a point in electromagnetism, electrochemistry, and try and change your face. Kim's gone. Time to get wasted. Open apartment door for Everett. Get the key to the weasel's door from Renana. I didn't do that. Perform field autopsy. Interview the Wild Pines rep. Call your station's Lazarus. We still have a point. I don't know if it should be in rhetoric or chemistry. I don't know why I keep saying electromagnetism. Kind of want to just put it into rhetoric. Honestly, I do think, I think, Neville, you mentioned another idea slot. That's actually not a terrible idea. Let's do that for now, and I'll come back to it later. I wanna do the, some kind of superstar. Let the mirror be for now. Is that where we're sleeping?
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Oof.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Do it. Your ideas are never
The
terrible.
sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
More disco? Indeed, more disco.
And then sleep doesn't.
What?
And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling I know what this is.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Oh, maybe I don't. Who killed him?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh. Oh, it's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Is that my voice? Is that what I sound like? I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I don't want to come back.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface, the outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You are just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
There's another type?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
My morale was healed? How?
Good going, buddy.
What the hell was that? I just had the most beautiful dream, uplifting, rejuvenating.
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell's going on?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
I feel super good.
That's not really true.
Hey, Colin.
Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shellman. See how you do without your spark.
Suit yourself, homunculus. I'm having a stroke. What's it called again when you are an addict and didn't get a fix and you feel bad because of it? Withdrawal. That is what it is. Farewell, ham sandwich.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside. Still nothing.
Well, you have another point? Did I level up twice? Damn. It seems to me that electrochemistry is going to be helpful, useful even, besides rhetoric, because I think it says love and be loved by drugs. I don't know. Makes you a man of unrestrained pleasure, an unrepentant Lothario who leers at people with a bottle of speed and a plastic. Oh, maybe not. Kind of like conceptualization. Conceptualization makes you go big, perhaps too big. It is ostentatious, demanding grand displays. Why live life when you can throw yourself into a live volcano? I like this. It's this is gonna work well with my superstardom. We might take some logic later. There's bars at the bottom of mine and Kim's picture. Good morning.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
How do you mean rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
I know why we need to talk to them, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Everything points to the Dock Workers Union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information.
Yeah, everything points to them, but that leads me to believe that that is too convenient.
Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
There's so many of them, maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Okay.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first.
I like that.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're not career assassins. If everything points at them, it's probably them. Do make a good point there, Neville. No one said that they were clever, but I will counterpoint. The head of the Union seems very clever. What's his name? Erdvart? Erdvarte? I can't remember his name. He seems too clever to let something like this go through. Even if it is them, what are we gonna do about it, really? Arrest them! No.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Kim's a good lad. I appreciate him. I'm gonna talk to some people first. First, I'm gonna pay for my room.
You? Got the 20 real?
Yeah, 20 real for the night.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
I need more money.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
Earn 1,000 real for the cookie jar? Yeah, when do we get paid?
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
Tell me
I'm
how
glad to see you again, dear.
Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
Oh. I think that's probably my fault.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
Not anymore.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Water lock on the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over there.
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Just some technical problems.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
True.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
Yeah.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Spectre haunting it. Now the water lock is broken too. I probably have something to do with that as well, honestly. Your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
Oh god, insect NFTs?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The Spectre of Calm, Harry Du Bois.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Tell me more about Morel, looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did the two of you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need.
I hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah, here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Yes, we are.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
You seem really excited about this cryptid.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes. It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even.
What's so special about it, then?
Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Maybe you can convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Damn. I want to know everything about it. Cryptids, living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids, bring it on.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
My rolls today have been absolute garbage. That's all for now, man. Let's talk to Gart.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
The phone line is dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
That's pretty strange.
It's not strange, it's inconvenient.
Is it true that there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill.
I saw a sign that said I couldn't go into the kitchen. Why can't I go into the kitchen, guard?
What are you, a cook now?
Maybe
That's none of your business.
Maybe I am a cook.
You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must.
By Grabthaw's hammer, I will get into that kitchen.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business.
I have a search warrant.
No, you don't.
You better believe it.
Fucker. Lay off the swear words. They don't make you cool. This isn't kindergarten.
I didn't think that they made me cool until you said it just now, guard. And now I'm gonna swear like a sailor. You'll see.
Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants. I know the law. You'll just have to wait for the kitchen to open. If you have to get in there, which you don't.
How do you know that?
You do realize you can just go into the kitchen at 1300 hours. No need for superstar charm or Sambo-style antics here.
What do you mean there's no need for superstar charm? There's always a need for superstar charm.
Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing. Graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. Just letting you know.
I like how we're getting descriptions from one part of our brain on the other part of our brain.
What are you, a cook now?
There may be
That's
something
none of your
pertinent to the
business.
investigation in the kitchen.
He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen possibly have to do with...
He changes his mind.
Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You could guess.
Goodbye. I just like to exhaust these things. I like Gart. Gart's great.
Let me handle this.
Before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
You lied to me. You're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Oh, yeah?
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Oh no, League tomorrow. I guess so. Yeah. Okay. We'll do League tomorrow. I have to install it.
Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to law school?
Are you Lizzie Elizabeth Miss Buford?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
You have no idea how much I'm going to exhaust your dialogue tree, lady.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes, in the way she stands, in her face. You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
Easy Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that.
He said you're the union fixer. You fix things.
I am a legal counsel. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
I'm gonna go cosplay Merc on that tree. See you Friday. Bye. Take it easy. This will flesh out my collection of insults. In Martinet, you are one. You are no one.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? Don't. Just because it's in your head doesn't mean you have to say it. You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied with the approach.
What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway, you junior delinquent. But you still did.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Uh-huh. Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
What's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
Let's see if we can exhaust this some more.
I suggest not.
Even though you caught her off guard, push us.
You are not.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here.
He said Mr.
Establish that.
Everett sent you to law school?
I represent the union and these men here. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguard.
There's definitely truth in what she's saying.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
The world needs a financial buffer zone. No need to get emotional. The privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not a stork. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists. I liked that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans?
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
I am here to waste as much time as possible, lady. You have no idea how much patience I have.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
I should talk to Titus then. Let's talk to Kim for a moment.
Yes?
Never mind. It's a bowl, there's spit in it, reeking of tobacco. You see hawthorn bushes outside? Photos of men in overalls toting guns and union placards. Alright, let's talk to Titus.
This is where you say your bit.
Oh, I'm gonna say it all right. Broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
Detective.
Acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you. First, we need to talk about... No, we need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him.
A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
One of these mics is not like the other.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Right.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s. Early 40s. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
There it is.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
Points at the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt, like we use in the harbor?
Yeah, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
So you just confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys.
I don't know what that indicator meant.
Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than others.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
I don't know how many questions I get. Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it.
And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you know he was in... what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Can you not call for backup? It was stated pretty objectively before I even began this, Neville, that the RCM would not send in backup to do such a thing because they do not want to start a war with the Union, which these men represent. They, in fact, Kim even said implicitly that the RCM wouldn't even care if 2 detectives were killed. They still would not want to be in conflict with the Union. He was a Pinkerton. Put in that light, Vid, Vild. I would understand Titus's actions.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
I see that I am dropping frames. I hope that it is not too bad. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that that happens. I'm not sure what I can do to fix it. Hopefully it'll pass. Hopefully it's just a glitch on my internet.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted? I really should put a trigger warning at the beginning of these streams.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Alright, I should say content warning.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Who did you rape? And this is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting a name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service. This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
We need more. Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
I love a murderer that doesn't listen to their lawyer. It's pretty good.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
How did you manage to overpower him?
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
Shoot.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Or did this overpowering happen?
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Didn't the investigation show he was dead before he was hung? Yes. That was my assumption, or at least my conclusion.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
Alright, here's a red check. If I mess this up, my rolls have been very bad today, but this should be an okay one.
Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under the pressure?
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Wow, my rolls have been awful all day.
Like what, Copper?
So you murdered him just like that, no remorse.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
And Reunion, what's that?
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates.
I've just realized...
The origin of the name is unknown.
I've just realized something. I see I'm still dropping a ton of frames. I'm sorry about that. But if something isn't in quotation marks, it means I'm actually referring to my own brain. Hey Jay, how are you doing? But these were all bad people. No, I don't believe that. Look, I'm just doing my job, that's all. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing. No. Honestly, I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've sent behind bars.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
There is no good answer there.
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
So what are we gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I've been programming a lot and switching between my old Windows and my newer Linux system. No worries, Colin. I'll admit, I've been kind of not watching chat too often. I keep my eyes out for certain names.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
I've been trying largely to ignore some of chat, because it can get a little bit spoilery.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we are going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
I'm not gonna do this.
You didn't get a beating.
Okay, looks like I'm not dropping frames anymore, which is nice.
Some kind of superstar.
Yo!
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets.
You know,
and you're the first one.
I have to say, after clarification, I'm not sure I like the idea of a superstar cop. But you know, I don't mind that Harry thinks he's one. And I also like the loss of logic. I think the loss of logic leads to funnier circumstances. What distro do you like? My learning cap for a lot of things has raised quite a bit. I guess we might look at electrochemistry, but I honestly think that visual calculus is going to be something we need a lot more of. Composure is also kind of nice. But either way, we're good. How do the developers afford all these voice acting? Well, Disco Elysium did quite well, and as I understand it, and a lot of the extra voice acting was added later. Like they came back and they added more. Oh look, a new character. No ceremonies, just hello. Point at the book. A good one?
Yes. Hello.
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
What are you doing?
Looking for something to read.
Good, good, phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
I didn't realize that the rectangles were giveaways. Good then. Do you need the help of a policeman? I'm one of those.
What with?
Maybe your husband is missing.
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband is.
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Wouldn't you like to?
No.
I can totally help you find your missing husband.
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
It's okay.
What?
It's all right to not know where your husband is. Nothing shameful in that.
Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
Maybe your children are missing.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so where are they?
Are you a policeman or a nanny?
Nanny, where are they? I police whatever I want. Where are they?
They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
They're at home, right? Smoking cigarettes?
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Shamrock. There's nothing to worry about. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now.
I'm afraid the danger is now greater than ever. Tell me, how old are they?
My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them.
I couldn't handle playing a game like this without voice acting. I don't know, it would be a lot faster without the voice acting. Not on this stream, because then I would be reading it. Can you describe me their appearance? Any features that stand out? Something to make identifying a little easier?
Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Shamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party?
It's for the investigation. I'm trying to be professional.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
Maybe your cockatoo is missing.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Ma'am, I was asking about your cockatoo. Is it missing?
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
What?
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing.
All right, cockatoo not missing. I just wanted to make sure.
Great.
Just one more question. What did you mean by being a cockatoo?
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Yo, where's my encyclopedia check?
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
You know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the tip.
Wonderful. The store is open.
Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Yeah, I would be on Linux myself, but I'm afraid I'm trapped under the shackles of Windows and Microsoft.
Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind.
Give her a hug.
You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch. There's a small movement beneath your hands as you shut your eyes. Then a tiny voice breaks out and asks,
"What is happening?"
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The fabric feels cold, moist from the sea nearby.
Keep hugging her.
The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest. 5 seconds pass, and their passing seems so unimaginably long. Then she coughs and says again,
What are you doing, officer?
"Let's talk." more feeling. Keep your eyes closed. Soak in the closeness. See what the feeling entails.
I am fighting for the working class.
Fighting for it how?
One hug at a time.
Oh.
A strange sensation as the woman strengthens. She's hugging you back.
I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade.
Wow. That was fantastic.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
That's how we begin the revolution, friends. This is a book about Pate. This book, you don't really understand what it is about, nor does it seem important. I have to go find out about cockatoos. Oh, I know about this woman. I think she must be stopped. Gift books and molten candy. Molten candy. Oh, I don't have any money. I can't buy the book even if I find it. Do you have your own take on emojis? Like art? What? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like, do I have my own emojis? Technically I do, but I haven't set them up or anything for YouTube or Discord. I should. I just need to make time for it. I guess I don't particularly value the concept enough to really prioritize it. Dying of laughter face.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
We like Dick Mullen. They're a detective, a good one.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
Who's stating this opinion? Which part of my brain is doing that?
These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Yeah.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen.
Yeah.
A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Thanks, Colin. I might take a moment and put some of my emojis. I might want to make some new emojis. I don't know. Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Are there any more?
Yes. There's also the Dame Who Did It. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen? I swear to God, if I lose this, check.
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
What do we have here? Mistaken Identity.
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Why does this speak to me?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
That's probably right. I'm a complicated guy full of contradictions.
Then this is the book for you.
Well, I do want it, but I don't have enough money. What's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out.
This person reminds me of a real-world person whose name I will not utter here.
You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Yeah. They sure do. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid. Quaint picture book brochure, very colorful. I seek a certain book,
on the
though.
shelf reads, Biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Look through the display of books.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
Jesus. Still looking for that elusive book.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinaise.
Look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And the west of the river?
Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinaise?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Look at the map of Insulinda.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Can you see cities on the island?
You can. On Caillou, Revachon, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away.
Impossible failure. 17.
Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust.
So look at the map of Martinez.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one in Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
I'll buy it.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Seems like an important thing to have. But I still want to find that
this
book.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
I wonder if we could find out about cryptids here.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Solid. Oh, I wonder where this is going.
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder, preservatives, to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the pale?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What's this book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds invigorating.
It is, and good for the circulation too.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
This is just finished sauna tips. What does this pale-edged liqueur do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
I should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is in there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
Anything else of note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I probably need that.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Damn. Okay. What books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
I need money. Another boring book just discarded here. What's that?
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo.
Flip through the pages.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
What about this guide to cockatoo storekeeper?
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
I'm gonna steal it.
Slowly, you move your hand toward the tome of cockatoos. Before you reach the book, you're interrupted.
Do we really need to do this? I think not.
Damn it. I just can't win today. What we got here?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you.
You're only supposed to steal from bad guys. This is a bad guy, Vild. I know you may have missed it. It was, I think, in the first stream. We found out who this person is, sort of.
This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are the Seminese? We know about them.
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
What's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
I thought you didn't talk with her yet since, well, stuff. Well, that's true. I haven't actually talked to her yet, but we have talked to her daughter. Pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand has closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse, that's what you're afraid.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I am sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
Yo, what about these powers?
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
I sense this place is calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
You can't stop me. I'll open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
All right, well, let's go talk to her then, I suppose.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
The curtains? Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough. Can you give me some money? I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavor. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
I assure you I am not concerned.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
It would forge ties between us working people. Good practice for fighting our common enemy.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space. Fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along.
So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
I'm looking for a book about cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
And what if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go. Get back there. The books await you.
What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's putting a spell on me.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
The girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about? Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yeah, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
How much do you pay the kid?
Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
In some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2 felonies, child labor and slavery.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yo, I'm about ready to tear open some curtains.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
All this pressure has made her really anxious. You know, she's been chewing her nails.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
Yeah, my sentiment is exactly Vild.
Part of hers too, clearly.
I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong, even I know that, and I usually don't know anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologize. She must be freezing out there. There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like Annette to your husband. And your mother. What? Sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette. I am very confused. Nod compassionately.
Yes. Sometimes it's better to let people come to these conclusions themselves.
Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Wait, Grand Couronne, what's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighborhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
Oh, I see. Okay. Your husband's also involved with the bookstore.
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent. Almost inaudibly so.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Of course, yes, this economy.
Exactly.
She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy, helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
We're a superstar cop, and we just taught this lady the value of empathy and compassion.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
All right, I had something else in mind.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer, Occasionally, she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
Why are you so uptight about those curtains? I just want to know what's going on the other
I
side.
already told you. It's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
If it's just a storage room, then it wouldn't hurt if I just peeked inside. It's not like it's cursed, right?
No!
She breaks down.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette? Okay, I'm a little confused. What does that mean?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Why didn't you just tell me right away it's a curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Psychic arts? Sounds right down our alley.
Oh. My checks have been so bad all day. I honestly fully believe I would fail this 92% check here. I had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only if...
The woman
All right.
looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally, she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
All the interactions in this place are amazing. This building is one of the best parts of the game, IMO. Alright, here we go.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I have returned from the void, a para-detective from a long line of para-detectives.
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but...
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
Kim's great. See, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void. I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your wards brought me here in the first place. The Seminese blood also runs through me.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
This is a risk. I don't think that Kim will actually vouch for me. I don't think that Kim will vouch for me. No problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
What?
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. Close your eyes, for I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney's the passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin.
Farewell for now, book peddler. Fantastic. Fantastic. I am so happy about all of this.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
We've gained another point, so I'm wondering if we shouldn't throw that onto something. I think I already put a point on rhetoric. Let me just check. Can we... Hold on a second. Where's the rest of the armor? Open the apartment door. Track down your badge. Is there a way to find out if I have a previously tried white check is now eligible again? Sing karaoke. Track down your badge. Where is the rest of the armor? Run the... Where is the door? Oh, we actually have a map now. My goodness. Mirror. Kuno. Pile of Eternitis. Perception. Damaged ledger. That's interfacing. Punch clock payphone is also interfacing. I might want to upgrade interfacing. It looks like a lot of things are interfacing. Yeah, you know what? Let's do interfacing. Seems like a good one. But I want to look, where is the stupid one? Isn't it God, my brain is now completely failing me. Box of sunglasses, that's conceptualization. So this is I upgraded conceptualization, so I should be able to find a sunglass now. Rhetoric. There it is, rhetoric. So have I upgraded my rhetoric? Map? The cargo container door. I think I upgraded rhetoric, and I definitely did conceptualization. So I want to do interfacing now. Level up, and I want to try it mostly because I want to try and steal that book again, but also because there seems to be a lot of things related to interfacing. Before we get down to brass tacks, let's steal this book.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title.
Steal.
From A to Z, you wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours.
Excellent. I guess that charm really does work, because I was compelled.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime,
Okay. Alright, time to rip open these curtains.
You see a set of tattered curtains. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
I didn't realize Annette was here. I will talk to Annette. She's probably reading some Dick Mulaney.
Sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
I thought that every time I saw someone with nose loops and rings.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
It's, a detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices.
Alright,
Man, this is hard.
Let's try this. Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
So you know me. We've met before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time, before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
What do you mean better? I look like shit.
Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes? Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Good thing she didn't say party eyes loud. Her mother's nearby. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics?
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So, why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Oh. Thanks. I've been learning something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
See you around, Annette. Thanks for the
Hi,
hat.
Ace Detective.
That's it, huh? What? Oh, +1 encyclopedia. Ah. You know, the best part about this hat is I think it's gonna look good with this cloak. It's not bad. I'll take it. What do you think, chat? I think it's a pretty good look, honestly. They call me Dick Harry. I mean, Harry Mullen. They call me Dick Elysium. They call me I don't know what they call me. They don't call me anything anymore. They never call me. Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. I think that's actually very androgynous, not vaguely. Here we go.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there.
Unlock the door with a key.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Kim, maybe you should go first.
Detective, you're the one in charge.
Kim's scared. Yo, Kim is scared. All right, Kim, what do you have to say to me?
What is this place?
It's the Netherworld beyond the veil.
No, it's a gym. Though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
What if there's a reason why no one's been here for ages?
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
Well, Kim doesn't believe I'm a supernatural detective. It's fine. I have my flashlight right here. Heck yeah. Oh, I love that. That looks so cool. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. Got some bells. Citius Fortis. The rest is worn off. Oh, I don't think I can lift that without dying. Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
That's 120 pounds-ish.
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of a bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory.
So I've been here before? Maybe? Take the shot put ball. Oh, these are stairs. I thought that was a closet for some reason. Hallway is blocked by old window panes and debris. Yo, it's getting spooky in here. Large demijohn full of strange liquid. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. Yo, it is legit getting kind of spooky. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs. They remind you of blades. Money. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. More money. focus with slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. Steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. What is this? Production schedule filament memory. Interesting. But where are the clothes it used to display? What is this? Yo, is this place used for like TTRPGs?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Inspect the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic.
Yo, that is badass.
Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the welkin. This is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged.
This seems to me relevant to the race enigma.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
He sounded sarcastic with that last one. Well, this has been educational. Let's move on from the Welkins.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Inspect the photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Some really cool world building here. Inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
I have that. Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and heat death of the universe. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
You sound surprised and a bit cautious.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Do you think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Turn on the machine.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the compartment.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good morning. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
You mean that glowing thing I put inside?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for Fortress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care. I can't tell, honestly, if this is a recording, like a pre-programmed thing, or like someone, a person.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
Oh.
That's what the catalog says.
Okay, that answers a lot.
That's not bad.
What's that? This interactive call-in radio game.
Any other questions?
What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
My partner tells me that you're here because radio computer guys are all paranoid. I'm not gonna say that. Where are you? How did you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely doing this job?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do for Tres Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent, nothing happens.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can find a password.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
How do I know what Kadran mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Of course, narrow your eyes. The anatomy of the curse.
Perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
Radio Lady is cute. If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
The cost of air width alone must have been huge. Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Rip over ambitious MMO game devs?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Someone tried to exercise the curse using technology?
No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
This appeals to my interests.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
Wait, what? I mean, that's kind of what we do now, right? Hey, chat, have you ever heard of the West Marshes campaign? I heard about this recently. I was talking to Birdie about D&D, and she got me on this West Marshes campaign setting. And it's exactly what this sounds like. It was basically, it referred to the original concept of Dungeons and Dragons, which referred to the fact that it was meant for a game for up to 5 to 50 players. Dungeons and Dragons was originally intended to be played with from 5 to 50 players. And you might ask, how is that even possible? If anyone's ever been in any kind of tabletop role-playing game, you would know that one turn can be a long time. And 5 players can mean an entire day without even accomplishing very much. So when you think about 50 players, it's just like absurd, right? But people are doing it, and the way they're doing it is basically having the 50 players are not treated as one party, but a pool of players that are all contributing to one world. And you have one world that is basically like a mega dungeon, a sandbox, and it's cruel and merciless, and the players are kind of treated like meat to the grinder. You know, you jump into a you know, whatever group of players that is like ready to go, and you just like try and get as far as you can and likely die. It's really cool. It's like, let's make MMOs that are generic and no substance. No, it's not like an MMO at all. It's D&D, but like I guess they would take the rules more seriously. But it's meant to be like kind of a mass contributed tabletop game. If there's a will, there's a way. Sounds like a lot of work for the DM, but that's cool. Well, here's the interesting thing, Vild, is there were multiple GMs as well. They were also contributing to this, because like you'd have GMs on standby, and then you'd have players on standby as well. Like, you know, players would be like, okay, I'm up for a game, and it's like it would be almost like you know, being in the lobby for you know, a Call of Duty kind of thing. It's like you are waiting for available players, right? And as soon as there's 5 and 1 available GM, he's like, okay, let's go. And we're running the game, and we're running this like one mega dungeon, and like a player died here, and it'd just be like one big meat grinder, right? Like the next party that comes by is like, oh man, there's like a party of like 5 people here and some goblins, and it looks like the arrows here indicate that they died to some kind of arrow trap. And it's just like, you know, the pile of bodies grows. It's starting to sound an awful lot like comment. Where do we get what? It's good. Oh, it was an old message. It was not part of this conversation. Was it? I feel like I'm getting chat very... My chat is very late right now. It seems like I'm getting messages not quickly. I don't know. We'll see.
Then there's the Game Master frequency.
Oh, it's because I have Top Chat on.
Smaller calling stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
And there's a Game Master frequency that listens to in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Communism is when people do things together. Let me break it down even further. Communism is when together.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
Kind of sounds like SS13 has become. It's an automated storyteller game, essentially. Hey, that's actually really true. Yeah, in a way, I guess SS13 and 14 are like realizations of the West Marches campaign in space. That's that is a really interesting thought. I like that a lot. It is very delayed.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
This was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Question out of nowhere to my fellow weebs. Do any of you remember Death Parade? I don't think I've seen that, no.
Indeed. It's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
It was just a play to cheat money out of their investors' pockets. The curse got them. The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Dang. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. There's someone, I follow a number of different developers, and if you know me, I have, okay, let me back up. This is going to sound a lot more pretentious than I mean it to be. A guy has released this book, tome, and he's been apparently working on it for like a crazy amount of time, and it's basically a book of like running accurate sci-fi role-playing games. And when I say accurate sci-fi role-playing games, I mean they've come up with rules and tables and math and all kinds of crazy wild stuff for basically calculating like how to do retro burns and all kinds of like extra physics stuff in a role-playing game. It sounds like wild. I love that kind of stuff. I would never play it, and I would, I wouldn't know what to do with the book, but I love that someone did that. Money, magnesium, nice. It's aired like 7 years ago. It kind of rings a bell, but I don't think I ever watched it, no. Yo, excuse me? Excuse me, is this a bear refrigerator?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
Yo.
The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What is this thing? It looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Oh, relax, Kim, it's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
Look inside the refrigerator. I love that Kim is invested in this now.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine one of the ice cream wrappers.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
They tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Yeah.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Let's unplug it. An ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. Wait a minute. Is this a different company? We're no longer in TTRPG land. We are in ice cream land. Wall collapsed. It's all inaccessible now.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
Oh, is this the chimney that's cursed?
What are you doing?
I'm hallucinating, or maybe it's the entity. I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Those voices, the voices I heard, maybe it's the malignant entity. Placence said it lives in a chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Smear your hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
No, let's not express ourselves. Let's just wipe our hands clean on our pants.
Yes, how grown up. The furnace agrees. The lieutenant seems relieved as well.
Physical instrument. Yell hello into the furnace.
Muster all your strength and yell.
Heck.
Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak.
There is a thing here that is really easy to miss. It might be just me because I missed it first time playing and I was running around like an idiot with the boombox.
A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Kick it with your foot. Oh no! I died.
The hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
I almost died. I figured that was gonna happen. Flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we? Look around the secret room.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Look, there's a hole in the wall. Shine light in the hidden compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
No, you do the honors.
Sure. Okay, here's some more rifles. None of these seem to be working. No!
That is the most emoted I think I've heard Kim sound.
An old Belmagrave rifle. That's rare to find in such good order. Seems to no longer be functional, but still rare. Here.
This should cheer you up.
It's yours, officer. You found this place.
What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
Nice. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. I'm assuming I can sell it, but that might make Kim sad. It's only worth 11. Wow, look at that thing. 4-shot bolt-action military rifle with a wooden frame. Ball used for playing shot put, a favorite pastime of elderly gentlemen. You feel like you should hold on to this and make good use of it. To sell such beautiful old-school sports equipment would be a sin. You've got a gun again. I don't know if it works. Frozen ice cream maker that's still running. We're definitely turning off all of this stuff.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Let's turn off the ice bear fridge.
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
before we do that, I want to see, is there any, I can't interact with the fridge, I guess, or the ice cream maker. Thank God, I just ran out of that. NASA fed. Intercom wires running into the breaker box.
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one lies neglected on the floor.
Oh, I'm not unplugging the breaker box. Pretty sure that leads to the computer upstairs. Whoa, 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 what was that? Insane mesh tank top, +1 drama. What's our current thing with physical instrument? No, we get conceptualization. I mean, that is not a good look, I will say. It said the black cable was for the ice cream maker? I thought it said it was for the breaker box.
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one lies neglected on the floor.
Oh, my bad. I am looking at the breaker box. My bad.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
Because it's... I don't know why I unplugged it. I do things without any reason.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
I want to find the password.
The bear's eyes. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Oh, hey, I get another attempt at this since I kicked the furnace.
Something
Yay!
breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer. You're right.
Always has to be.
So there's more upstairs? Oh, there's more. Oh my god. Chat, how much more of this is there? Because I'm gonna have to go pretty soon. Puddle of melting snow. That implies that they came in recently. Actually, I don't have to go very soon. Never mind. That was the thing I said that just now. That was a lie, actually. You're almost at the end of the building? Okay. I'll definitely finish this story. Yo, are those math rocks? Full of dice, colorful polyhedral dice, hundreds of them. See you later, Ice King. Take it easy. Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello, I'm Nia.
I'm legit. This is awesome.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
Melius?
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Love the videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Ice King. I really appreciate that. You must have me confused with someone else. I haven't knocked on your window.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Yo, I wish I had this in my neighborhood. Honestly, can you imagine, like, this? This is, like, legit fairy tale stuff. Hey, chat. I'll tell you something real quick. It's strangely relevant. 1D die, please. 1D die. What would that look like? That it does actually exist. There's an object which always faces up no matter where you place it. I've been working on a D&D campaign in my off time, and I'm slightly tempted. I'm probably not going to do this because it's just too much work. Just a ball. Right, but... okay. I am kind of tempted to start a separate YouTube channel, specifically for building D&D stuff and just like my process and like talking shop. Because I've been fairly like hugely invested in it, and I think there's some good stuff there for like just like sharing and getting into the meat and potatoes of making a campaign. And I think that there'd be people who would be interested in it. But I feel like anything else, it's just like I'm gonna be spending more time doing the YouTube thing than actually like working on the thing I enjoy. You're into the world building? I feel like my world building would be fairly shallow compared to a lot of people, but you know, I'm definitely mechanics driven. But I have been working on some story stuff, so I think that there'd be something of value there. We'll see. I'll play with it a bit and see how I feel. It might just be a hyperfixation for now, and the the moment will pass. But who knows? I mean, I'm still doing this YouTube channel 3 years in, so could be. Could also be a stream thing for a try. I think of it, I mean, that's not a terrible idea, Vild. I just think that part of the reason that my channel isn't growing as much as it could is I think that it's not very focused. I tend to dabble in a lot of different things. I think if I think I would have seen a lot more success if it was just a Caves of Cud channel in a way. So hence why I think that it would probably be better just to start a separate channel and then like plug it once or twice on this one, just like, hey, I also have a separate channel. But you're also going to start your own campaign next week? Yo, awesome. Are you running 5e or are you running a different kind of campaign setting? I guess 5e is not a campaign setting. It's a like how do you refer to that? System. Thank you, brain.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
I like role-playing games and I need some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual.
I don't have that kind of money, unfortunately.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
I did in real life have an opportunity at one point to buy actual malachite dice, and I kind of regret passing it up, but it was like $70 and I did not have the money. 5e, but I want to move to another system once I'm done with it. Can I recommend check out Worlds Without Numbers? It's apparent. I've been reading a little bit of it recently. It's not. It's a fairly system neutral system, which I'm not sure appeals to you. But also, it's just like very full of very good resources for world building and tables and stuff like that. I'd also recommend, if you'll allow me, to check out the story engine. Full transparency, basically my best friend made the story engine, so take that for what it's worth, but it is a really, really good little set of cards for building stories. And I've actually been using it today, and it really impresses me. Like, even when I'm kind of stuck at square zero or like looking for some ideas, you can throw together a fairly fleshed out, fully complete story in a matter of minutes. But to be clear, that's not a system, and it's not for necessarily tabletop role-playing games. It's just for building stories. It does have some mention to RPGs, but it's, it's meant as a very neutral tool and not necessarily a system for playing games. But I've been using it, and I felt the need to plug it because it's really cool. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you
It
want.
almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shelves like stalagmites.
Costs money, and shipping across the world costs like an arm and a leg. If you're talking about the story engine, then I might be able to set you up with a PDF that you can print, but I know that that's not very necessarily good. If you're looking at the worlds without numbers, I could possibly set you up as well. But PDFs don't cost shipping, which is the nice thing about PDFs. But I don't know how you feel about PDFs versus books.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Isn't cobalt toxic? I'm interested in everything PDF. Those tools sound good. I will check them out. No worries. Do you like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security they provide her.
I'd like to order a die. Can I do a die?
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you know the Wiro untethered setting? I want to die for that. Do you have any cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as this commercial area.
All right. How about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
7 real, huh? It's a deal. Actually, let me think about it real quick.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dice?
Looking for something to help with my work. Oh man, I want my character to have a D20 that he rolls for making decisions. I'm looking for something to help with my work. There's like all of these are actually really cool. I doubt it's a problem with dice though. Not unless you suck it. Ooh, a gobstopper. This polyhedral gobstopper tastes funny. I'm daring. Dice with attitude. Do you know the Wiro untethered setting?
Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course.
What do you mean, instead of plants? Are plants standard role-playing dice? What? If you're making dice with cobalt, you'll get some cobalt dust for sure in your lungs. Sucking your dice is a tried and true method to keep others from messing with them.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
What's a standard role-playing die?
It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll. Technically, you can also use it for many other sizes, but you may need to reroll results.
I think I saw a Kickstarter recently for exactly this. Like you can have one die basically as any roll. Why do you need to cast it in resin?
Untreated bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
Alright, it's a deal. Order the die.
Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire. She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You never took your eyes off the work to look out of the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
Ah.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
You often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
This lady is the Bombadil of Disco Elysium. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Oh, I see. The voices I was hearing, because I was like, who were the voices? It was her, she was listening to an audiobook, and I could hear the audiobook.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
How do you explain what happened to all those companies then?
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Whirling isn't doing well either. Its waitress just took off, and customers have trouble paying bills.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Shoot, I was gonna say something. I feel like the dice maker should work with the bookstore, because you know the thing is like, you know what's a really popular form of book? Systems, D&D books, role-playing books, TTRPG books. You know what would do really well in a bookstore? TTRPG books, and then like right next to them, just like a bunch of novelty dice. They could do gangbusters. My God.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Because you're competent and dedicated to your craft, the curse doesn't affect people like you.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're describing isn't a curse, it's capitalism.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I still think it might be you that's causing this. Narrow your eyes very mysteriously. I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions at natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Do you know what happened to other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Okay, here we go. There used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? The customers should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened at the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
He's a little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
Select some text and just have my printer just print it out.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Who is Artemitep?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Judging from the kids I've met so far, it didn't really work out, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Jesus.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess.
There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieu. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Wait, I succeeded the encyclopedia check, but I still don't know what it is? Wait, does it really have it inside of it, perhaps? I legit don't know. What do you mean? What's a sniff mellow?
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Producing snuff milieu. Weird. Okay. Punching bag and something that will get me shadow ban. Oh, okay, gotcha. It did say it was sand. I'll go check though.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Oh.
Anything else?
Creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
What? What?
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
You know, I'm sure that other people have told me repeatedly that it is pronounced chitin, but I refuse to believe that.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I like insects, nod, but insects don't have any brains or feelings. Making clothes out of beetle wings is a terrible idea.
At least it had some spark to it. Most young designers just combine lace with leather and call it original.
She shifts in her simple workwear leather, or shirt. Stand your ground, it's pronounced shittin'. Chitter's full.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47.
You can misspeak.
I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait. Forget it. It would take too long.
I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
Well, I just barely succeeded that one.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks through the hallway as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
Well, showing up to work on time is incredibly hard.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Something strains her face before she looks up again.
Her eyes wandered to the shelves full of dye, prototypes, and discarded models.
Anything else?
There's a terrifying taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
What about the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
I know a girl just like that. She works in the Frit as a cashier and she's not particularly friendly.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT.
I know a particular homunculus like that.
And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool. Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Easy failure. I failed this easy check. Megatherion?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
I don't do drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
I found the building's
for a long time.
The building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
What?
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
So you're telling me that you have a doorbell there? Which one?
The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
So you're telling me that you have a doorbell there? Oh wait, I have a few more questions about the building.
Sure, I'm listening.
I have more questions about the intercom.
I'm pretty sure. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Why hasn't her business failed?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Start taking off your clothes. You need to connect.
Excuse me. What are you doing?
You start to fuss with your pants.
Officer.
Yeah, this is not a good idea. Never mind, that was a terrible idea.
Undressing in a stranger's place of business? Yes, it was an unbelievably bad idea.
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
That doesn't really excuse it, does it?
Alright. Well, this was fun. I had fun. I had a good time. I almost ruined it, but, you know, I still had a pretty good time. Is there anything else? This looks like a room. Why isn't she in this room? What a strange and fascinating building. Let's check the punching bag. No, it won't let me. Can't check the bag for drugs, I'm afraid. Looks like Guillaume and Lemillion, that hair poster. Why isn't she in that small, dark, and dusty room instead of that roomy, sunlit chimney? Yeah. Well, okay. Let me, you know, expand. Why isn't there a bed in that room? You know. She could have treated it like an extra room. You know.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
The dark sarcophagus.
Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a charnel. House of failed business enterprises, leeching life energy from this bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us.
Well, technically true, although I don't know if this bookstore ends up with the bill of the electricity bill of the bear and the ice cream machine.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha. Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
The source is in the taxidermist shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirits down upon this place. Perhaps in my travels we'll cross paths with it. She said it's just capitalism. Bankruptcy is a quirk of our economic system. She says there's no curse because there are too many inconsistencies. I'll leave this one on the bottom here because I honestly feel like there is more to this story that I still don't know.
A third order presence, yes.
A great, dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in the presence of my daughter. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
Should we get out of here? Before the vortex collapses?
Farewell, ham sandwich.
Do you feel that?
Feel what?
Close your eyes. Reach out with your feelings. There's something paranatural at play here.
You're right, I feel it now.
Of course you do. You don't even know what it is you're feeling. But you can feel it. That's the mark of a true remote viewer.
You know that smell, that smelly smell, that smells smelly.
The time has come to connect to RVD HQ. By establishing a connection, you'll have proved yourself worthy as a remote viewer.
How many of these can I have? Every time I take one of these on, am I discarding an old one? I'm just a little bit concerned that we have Superstar Cop, Apocalypse Cop, Sorry Cop, Boring Cop. Stinky, smelly smells. How dare they? I'm very communist. Good cop, bad cop. People killed. Cases solved. Years in service. I feel like I can do this. I'm good where I am. Now close your eyes.
Everything all right, detective?
Shh. I'm trying to connect with the remote viewers division.
This again? Come on, detective. The joke has gone on long enough.
Ignore the lieutenant. He's never connected with anything paranatural. You're on different planes, metaphysically speaking.
Keep your eyes shut.
It takes time to block out the sounds of the world. But once you do, it's like you're on a wavelength. Not like any natural wavelength. No. There seems to be something on the other end. If only you could listen closely enough.
You don't lose a thought. You can rethink it later if you want it back.
Oh, for God's sake. This is a bunch of...
Bzzzt. Do you copy? This is RVD HQ. Anyone there?
Hi, this is Harry. I'm looking for the remote viewers division.
Acknowledged. Connection established. Bzzzt. Welcome aboard, remote viewer. You are a special man, and definitely not imagining it.
Oh, we are definitely getting into this. -1 perception. Oh, heck yeah. Superstar, paranormal, detective, here we come. Love it. Wait, did I level up again? No, I didn't. Okay, so before we leave, before we say goodbye for today, there's one thing I want to do. I did level up my rhetoric, and so I would like to try to open that door once more. I think I can try this again, also.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic
Ooh.
welcomes you as you pick up the handset.
Heard your name, long way home. We have a much higher chance of succeeding now.
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
What is this place?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy.
No, I meant, what is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me?
No.
Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
My name is Harry Dubois. Do you have anything on my name?
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one.
What kind of film is that?
It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia.
Oof.
No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Main.
The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone. The payphone hangs mutely on.
Oh, that's it, huh? Can we do this?
The file cabinet stands steady as
I need
ever,
volition.
and the unlocked drawers.
All right. Love how the voice actor struggles to pronounce Polish name.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Wait, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Looks like I had a lot of fun. I'm not completely convinced it was me.
I am, but it doesn't matter right now. Let's just move on.
I am.
This is the night watchman's booth.
Are there any simple ideas for tools that you could possibly use? Just fire me an email and I can keep that in mind for when I am programming. It's an interesting idea. I've been trying to learn how to use FFmpeg to just like add my outro to a video without having to put it into a video editor. And I also, I played with the idea of trying to automate the process of making thumbnails, but I don't think that that is worthwhile anymore. I think that the more different I make my thumbnails, the better, so automating that process would actually probably do me more harm than good.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Well, all of my rolls today have been awful, so I wonder if we can possibly get one good one. Stitching 2 vids together like that is pretty simple. Do you use FFmpeg? Maybe if someone does use FFmpeg, did you order a die? I did order a die. I ordered a one that was compatible with Radio Accident, or sorry, Fortress Accident, and it is an alligator resin die. Occasionally use FFmpeg, yes. Maybe I could ask you to Vild to maybe, I don't know, help me? I don't know. I know it's probably a pretty easy thing. Specifically what I need to do is to, like, I record in MKV, so I would need to not just like add something at the end, but the thing I'm adding at the end is a .mov, and so I would have to basically convert the MKV to MOV and then add a second MOV onto the very end of it, and then therefore give me a .mov when it's done. I know that it works with MKV. I've used it to work with MKVs, but anyway, let's see if I get lucky on this roll. It's not a terrible roll. 20% could be worse.
And as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with the rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind.
Well, that's unfortunate. Was there a way I could have improved this, actually? No. Thankfully, I have all of the things that would help me. Okay, that's gonna do it for today. I played for a lot longer than I intended, but I wanted to make sure I completed a full kind of narrative if I could. FFmpeg works with most anything. For common stuff like that, usually you can just Google and modify an example command. I would love that to have been an easy thing to look up, but I have looked up literally that, and I have never found anything close. I was also like, I wanted to be able to do bulk, and that it's strangely not an easy thing to look up. Like, I've looked up how to do bulk commands with FFmpeg, for instance, if I wanted to do exactly what I just talked about, adding a video to the end of a video. And it just to be clear, and I know this isn't something as easy to be clear, the video I'm adding on to the videos would be the same, like it's the same outro, right? So I just want to like bulk add an outro to a bunch of videos. And I know it's possible. I know it's possible to just use FFmpeg to like set up a bulk command, just like, hey, add an outro to all of these videos and also convert them to .mov, and then it would be done. But I don't know how to do it, and I'm not very good at programming, and I'm not very good at learning the programming language. So hence I am still doing things kind of manually, which is fine. I mean, it's not very time, or it doesn't take a lot of time for me to do it. But would it be nicer if I could do all of this with a couple of easy button presses? Yeah, it would. It'd be really nice. How to exit Vim. Take a look at video transcripts later and see if there's any magic I can do with it. All right, chat, thank you very much for hanging out, and I will see you tomorrow, because I will be doing a shitpost League of Legends stream. Should be fun. I don't know if it's going to be very long. What I'll probably do is I might see if Galen is up for Farm Friday, and I'll do the League of Legends before Farm Friday, and then just like switch from one to the other. Bye-bye. No, we're doing League tomorrow. Sorry, Amatan. It's happening. Give me the exact instructions via email. I'll try and program it. Okay, I'll do exactly that. See y'all later. Chat. The stream is over.